Sure. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, Sean. Quorum?
So do we able to get a quorum?
Yeah.
Okay, we're good then. Let's see. So it is 9:01. I've got, we can call this meeting to order. Good morning, everyone. Can we do a roll call, please?
So remotely, we have Secretary Sean Sasaki, who will be chairing today. Melvin Kahele.
Here.
And Chung Chang.
Present.
And then in the boardroom, we have directors Jake Kimura, Craig Hirai, and Sabrina Nasser. Ask everybody.
All right, thank you.
He has to report anybody.
With quorum present, we'll call this meeting to order. It is, I have right now, it's 9:02. Okay, directors, for those that are remote, can you please state if anybody's present at your location?
This is Chung. I'm alone in my office. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's see. First order would be to approve the minutes of the last meeting. Can I have a motion to approve the regular minutes?
Chung, I make a motion.
Do I have a second?
Anyone wants to second?
Do we have a second for Mel's motion?
Second.
Director Kimura seconded.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions or comments regarding the meeting minutes from April 14th? If there's none, the motion is moved and seconded. Or can I call for the vote? Sorry.
Okay.
All those in favor? All opposed? Is everyone in favor in the boardroom?
Yes.
Okay. Motion carries. Okay. Next, I would like to call for any public testimony. I think
Okay, I gotta mute myself.
Francis is out to read the
Oh, sorry, Sean.
yeah.
Did you wanna get a motion for the executive session minute?
Oh, sorry, yes. Can I get a motion to accept the executive session minutes from?
Chang, I
April
make a
14th?
motion, Chang.
We have a motion by Mel. Anyone second?
Second.
Thank you very
Sabrina.
much. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Okay. So next we'd like to open for public testimony. I think someone from the staff is going to go over
Yes.
the instructions
Hi.
for providing public testimony.
Yes. Hi, good morning. Acting Chair Sasaki. I am Gordon Pang with HHFD staff, and I'm here to provide you the instructions for providing oral testimony to the board. Anyone wishing to provide oral testimony should indicate that to the chair. Oral testimony will be limited to 3 minutes, subject to the discretion of the chair. Oral testimony must be on a matter that is on the board agenda. Therefore, as you begin your oral testimony, you should identify yourself and spell your name for the record. After 3 minutes, I will call time. You will have another 15 seconds to conclude your testimony. And please note that this opportunity for you to communicate your concerns, this is an opportunity for you
to try and wedding dress, go to dinner, and see my first Broadway play. It's a busy day. I bet.
If you ask questions during your oral testimony, neither the board nor the staff is required to respond or answer your questions. Finally, for anyone wishing to submit written testimony, instructions for doing so are on the bottom of the front page of the agenda. Thank you for your cooperation in this matter. Thank you.
Good morning.
All right.
Clarification for the public testimony, would you like to take it at the appropriate time for each agenda item, or do you want everything in the beginning?
I think it'd be proper to take it for at the time of the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, so moving on, let's go to item 3A. This is the executive session. Can we move to executive session, or do I have a motion?
No motion necessary, it's only discussion.
So move.
Okay, but he should read the title.
So Sean, can you read the title out loud? And I believe
Sure.
there is someone that wanted to testify
Okay.
on that item.
So the item for the executive session 3A is discussion on policy and strategy for lease rent renegotiations for the Waihole Valley Agricultural Park and Residential Lots subdivision located on Waihole, Ko'olau-Poko Oahu, TMK numbers 14-8 various. Do we have someone who would like to speak, give testimony? Okay. So you have your, please take your 3 minutes and give your testimony. I think you're still on mute.
Aloha,
Hey,
can you hear me?
aloha.
Yes. My name is Lele Hualani Kane Tapado. I'm from Waihole Valley. My family is the Kanes. When it comes to the renegotiation, I wanted to just we've been requesting for many years that we can sit down with the board and talk about our lease rents. So I understand that on June 2023 would be the time that that conversation would ripen. This is only June of 2022. So because this conversation is now on the topic, on the agenda, which we're pleased to see, but we don't understand that perhaps it's only for certain TMK. And I want us to ask the board to consider that what we understand is that all of the lots in Waihole Valley, the whole subdivision is one, and it's subject to one subject and the covenants. So if we're talking about one property, we're asking for the consideration to consider all the properties in the valley, including the Hawaiian homes, because when it comes to the rents and the lease rents, the Hawaiian homes lots now that were converted over is only paying $1. So we're asking for the same consideration as a whole in the entire valley, and especially looking into the Kane family's requests and conversations with Hawaii Housing Finance. It's very important that we understand the covenants and the restrictive covenants. So when we're asking for a hearing, it's not only so that the ears are being told to us and our words and questions of each aspect of how we live in Waihole Valley, and what we have is all we have as a people. Please do not eliminate us and segregate us into groups by saying, well, we're only going to speak to the Waihole Community Association. If you are speaking with them, there has been barriers and communication problems with the other members of the community, including myself and my family. So we're saying have fairness. When the strategic plan was put out, there was a whole conversation about the lease rent negotiations. When would this take place? How would it take place? What would be the increasements? And by law, we want to know what is the law when it comes to this. So having a public meeting, not only publicly, but gathering information from many of our residents in the community don't communicate by such Zoom as we are currently doing, and by written. So having the representative honestly speak, and then having enough time to understand what are the changes that's going to take place. So for instance, I did log on here and you folks had 2 properties that you were only talking about, which was the Poi Factory and another, it was quoted as another commercial property. If we question, well, what properties are these? Understand that we're not aware of the Bureau of Conveyance's timelines to go and look at the TMKs. So if you could be more transparent, more accountable to letting us as the people of the residents, not just myself, but many of the residents in the Waihole community and Waikane, have that free, open conversation to understand the changes. In fact, just like for today's meeting, it's a closed session, and we're saying, why can't we be part of the conversation? What is being, or where are we going to be allowed? So they said we could do testimony. So I'm here to ask that, like the Poi Factory, it has a set rate. We understand that the property comes under the subject of the restrictive covenants, and all that has been laid out. So when we go down and we read it, it's also sharing with the rest of the ahupua'a. So $50 was increased at some point back in the years. When did that
All right,
happen?
excuse me, Lelehu, your 3 minutes. So if you want to kind of sum it up.
Thank you. Well, we're asking for consideration, please, to allow us to have a board meeting, to sit with you folks, to have more open conversations so that we understand what's happening. And we do appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Is there anyone else who would like to provide testimony at this time?
Yeah, Mr. Sasaki, my name is Blossom Pitera, if I could.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. members of the board. My name is Blossom Pichara for the record. I am a beneficiary advocate for people on Hawaiian Homes Commission wait list. And I would like to offer testimony in support of your item E, which is the transfer of 9 acres of Kapolei to the Department of Fine Homelands. I would support that effort. I think, as you all know, there's been a very strong move to begin the process of getting people off the wait list, and this is another excellent opportunity for your agency to work with our Department of Fine Homelands to be able to make that happen. Without further ado, Mr. Chair, mahalo once again for allowing me to testify on this item. And I look forward to the rest of the meeting.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Is there anybody else that would like to provide any public testimony? If there's none. Okay. All right. Then can I have a motion to move into executive session?
So move.
Second? All right. Let's see. Do we need to vote for this?
Yes.
Okay. Can we have a vote? All those in favor of moving to the executive session? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Hearing none, the motion carries. Essa, can you move us into executive session?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, no, no, this is for my record, it's this.
What is this for then?
That's for my recorder.
So can you get auxiliary ones to run from this?
So, anyway, long conversation, but I'll explain later.
Okay, I'm sorry, look. All right. I kind of hear.
Yeah. Okay, Sean. Whenever you're ready.
I don't think he heard you. He's not.
Oh, Sean, we're ready. Whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and start.
Does he need
He's
to be-
saying that they can't unmute. Is there, did you put a lock?
Go down to Sean's name on this side, see you, on the right hand side, see you. Go down, down, down. One down.
I know.
Yeah.
but that-
Oh, there, he's unmuted.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll call, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. At this time, I'd like to open the floor to public testimony for any item on the agenda. Do we have someone?
I'm so sorry, it's over here, so.
Why don't you sit there?
Aloha, my name is Eva Lani, Iwalani, last name Laybon, Laybon, hyphenated MC, capital B, Rayer. I am the Kapolei Homestead President, as well as the Homestead Community Development Corporation Chair. I'm here regarding item 3, regarding the 9-acre parcel in Kapolei. I am here as the president to support, as well as the HHFDC Chair. I think it's a great opportunity for the Department of Hawaiian Homes to get that land acquisition, especially for the wait list. I've been living in Kapolei, which is the adjacent property to that 9-acre parcel. And it was previously with HHFDC to be a community park. So I'm in support of hoping that the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and HHFDC can work together to acquire that property, because I believe it would be an excellent opportunity to get people off of the wait list, as well as HHFDC to build more affordable homes. So I see it as a win-win. So I'm here today to support that agenda on the 9-acre parcel here today. And thank you folks for giving us the opportunity to speak. And I look forward to hearing the results of today's meeting in support of the relationship between DHHL and HHFDC and allowing that 9-acre parcel to go into Hawaiian Homelands under our federal trust. So mahalo, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Aloha Chair, aloha Board. Thank you guys so much for having us here today. My name is Danielle, D-A-N-I-E-L-L-E, DeLima, D-E space L-I-M-A. And I'm also here in support of the negotiations to happen regarding item E on your agenda for the 9-acre parcel in Kapolei. I'm a Kapolei homesteader, and I also sit on the board of the Kapolei Homestead Association. And we are very excited for this opportunity for DHHL to acquire this parcel next to our homestead. It has become somewhat, in a way, part of our homestead. As you know, we have used it as a place to gather and meet community. And so we see it being so beneficial for it to end up in the hands of DHHL and turn into another homestead. Again, for a win-win situation of, you know, putting more Hawaiians on homestead land to bring down the wait list, as well as building affordable homes for Native Hawaiians. So we just would like to stand in strong support of this negotiation to take place. And thank you guys so much for putting this on the agenda and allowing us to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Is there anyone else who would like to give public testimony for any of the agenda items? If there are none, we'll move on. We're gonna go a little bit out of order here. I'm gonna start with agenda item 4G, which is to approve the following actions relating to Front Street Apartments, Lahaina, Maui, TMK number 24-5-00313. 1, cancellation of the existing ground lease with Front Street Affordable Housing Partners. 2, execution of a new 75-year ground lease with FSAHP. And 3, execution of declaration of restrictive covenants to be coterminous with the new ground lease. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair, for taking this out of turn. We have Adam Dornbush participating by Zoom. He's short on time, so I'm going to make the public part of this go through it real quick. Front Street Apartments is a 142-unit affordable housing project located in downtown Lahaina. It was developed by Front Street Affordable Housing Partners, and Adam Dornbush is present to represent them. They developed the property under a long-term ground lease with an entity controlled by the Weinberg Foundation. The project was financed with low-income housing tax credits. And the tax credit program has a provision where it's called the qualified contract provision, where the owner can basically, under certain circumstances, get out of the affordability requirements after the first 15 years, which is the minimum affordability term under the LIHTC program. The owner did exercise that option. We went through a process that we're required to do under the Internal Revenue Code, which is to try to find a buyer, keep it affordable at a set price, which is based on a calculation in the tax code. We were unable to find a buyer, and so the affordability restrictions were burning off after a 3-year transition period. So that meant, it meant the loss of 141 affordable rental units on Maui, West Maui. The state took various actions to try to preserve the project's affordability. We did buy the land. HHFDC bought the land from Weinberg, I think in 2018, or I think something just shy of $15 million. And the legislature took some actions as well. The fee purchase is actually at the direction of the legislature. We're also required to renegotiate or attempt to renegotiate the ground lease with the owner. to keep it affordable. Otherwise, we by law need to initiate condemnation proceedings for the leasehold interest. So I'm here to ask for approval of our negotiation outcome for the ground lease. I will mention there's active litigation involving the property where the affordability restrictions are currently in place, but that's subject to appeal. And so what we're trying to do today is preserve the affordability of the property for the long term and move on. So with that said, I suggest that the board entertain a motion to enter into executive session to discuss this matter with our attorneys. I also note that it involves an acquisition of public property for those two purposes.
Right. Are there any questions? Can I get a motion to move into executive session? Thank you. Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? Hearing none. Essa, can you take us into executive session, please?
Okay.
review the terms of the proposed new ground lease. Staff's recommendation to the board is that the board approve the following actions relating to Front Street Apartments in Lahaina. The first is cancellation of the existing ground lease with Front Street Affordable Housing Partners. Second is to execute a new lease with Front Street Affordable Housing Partners. And then also execute a new declaration of restrictive covenants to be coterminous with the new ground lease. Each of those actions substantially on the terms and conditions described herein, allowing for modifications as may be deemed reasonable in the executive director's sole and absolute discretion. And then also authorize the executive director to undertake all tasks necessary to effectuate the purposes of this TOR action.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. All right, are there any other questions? None. Can I get a vote? All those in favor? Any opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. We're going to go out of order again. We're going to move to item D. Item D is to approve a request from the developer to increase the low-income housing tax credit reservation for the Kaiulu o Kukuia Apartments project located in Lahaina, Maui, TMK number 24-5-021-41-041.
Motion, Gabe.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Hello, Chair, members of the board. Thank you very much for this opportunity. As you know, Kaiulu Kukuia, it's a 200-unit project, includes 3 manager units. It's affordable rental and targeting family households earning 30 to 60% of the area median income. The total project budget has increased to $163 million, and this is due to and attributed to higher construction contingency costs and also the project reserves. So it really is $13 million. It's an increase of 8.67%. For the project budget. 1.3 million is for site work, 7.8 million, the increase is for construction, and 6.7 is due to the increase in financing and syndication. What we've done and what we're looking at is the project costs being absorbed by an 8.9 million increase in low-income housing tax credits, a 1.5 million increase in the senior permanent loan, which I will speak to after this, and then the 2.5 million in DERF monies, and then there's also $457,000 reduction in developer fee. And the construction timeline, we're looking for it to break ground in July of this year. So staff requests and recommends approval of the increase in low-income housing tax credits from 763 million to approximately 8.3 million. And it's a difference of about $667 million. And I respectfully ask, we respectfully ask that the board does approve the increase in the award. And should you have any questions, I have the developer, Doug Bigley, as well as a third-party counsel. They're available to answer any questions along with our staff as well.
Chris, at this time, would you like to ask Doug to say a few words?
Yeah. Yeah, Doug, are you available,
Yes.
Doug?
Yeah, I'm here. Hold on one second here. I'm going to put my. Always remind people that COVID hasn't treated me as well as it's treated all of you. So hold on one second here. I'm going to put on that camera. There we go. Hi, how are you? Yeah, I just generally, I'm, extremely excited, that we've gotten this project to this point. It's been, as you know, a long journey. And it's an irony that we came in and kind of on the same day that Front Street did, because I understand there was a lot of consternation years ago, and we'll be ending up putting in 289 units in Lahaina of affordable, all under your program, and they'll all be, below 60% of area median income. Long journey, and probably being completed in one of the toughest markets we've, encountered. Even if you go back to like 07, in a lot of ways, this market is tougher because you have two things that are moving in the same or going higher. One is that you have this increase in, construction cost, also coupled with this incredible increase in the interest rates. So anyway, I just commend your group also for hanging in there with us for the long haul, because it has been a pretty rough journey. But I think we're at the doorstep of getting a really great project done.
Doug, can you speak to a little bit more about the increases, because
sure, I can talk about the increases. I mean, these I want to first remind everybody that these are all third-party bids, and I think the transportation costs coupled with this materials cost, and it's hit in really unusual places. I think I described it there in my write-up, but I'm talking everything from greasing the tractors to to actually lumber cost. And what's interesting too is you see kind of lumber goes up and down very dramatically, almost from week to week. And some of the and even though that you would think that the market would kind of slow down, like several months ago we thought we'd see a decline in the market, but because the home values were still rising at such a fast rate, that they continued to build. So even though you had this kind of anomaly relative to, I say, like lumber prices, so you would think, wow, that those lumber prices are really going up, really rapidly. But because the prices of homes were going up just as rapidly, you still had that shortage in lumber. So it's kind of this, like I was indicating before, it's kind of this confluence of events. So basically, to slow down the economy, right, they've increased interest rates, but that hasn't translated yet. And we can't predict the horizon, but it still has not.
Did we lose him?
Appears to be so.
Okay, I hopefully we can get him back online, because I do want to address the $2.5 million in the sources and uses, and specifically the DERF monies and where we're at with that.
Hey, Chris, I'm just talking to Doug. He got bumped off. He's trying to get.
Oh,
back.
okay. Thanks, Tom. Yeah.
He's working on it. Okay.
Yeah. So if you can speak specifically, because the way that we've had to restructure it, I know it's a $13 million increase, and the the way that we structured it now is you're using 2.5 million in DERF monies that is being provided by our agency. It's for Fleming Road. And please speak to that and how it is in effect. It does comply by not only the low-income housing tax credit provisions and conditions, but also allows for the bonds amount. So please speak to that.
Okay. Again, let me. Okay, so Chris, I'm back here. Sorry about that, guys. I had a technological snafu here. So
did you hear the question, Doug?
Yeah, I heard, I caught enough of it, but I want to go really quickly, and I know everybody's got a lot going, but let me.
Hey, Doug, you lost audio. If you can hear me.
Yeah. Okay. Let me put this whole. I'm just going to be brief, but I'm going to put this whole thing into context. Okay. So we have a project, essentially, that is fully. We've pulled permits on the housing component, right? But because for those of you that know Lahaina and have been down Keawe Street, it is just a real point of contention. I mean, it's very congested, right? And so what the county did when we went in to talk to them is they said, we really need a secondary access point to take some pressure off Keawe Street. And it's further exacerbated by the fact that you don't have the bypass has not been completed. And I guess what we're hearing from them as we kind of went through the process is the bypass is being continually pushed back. So the bypass was supposed to come in, but of course, I think with rising water and stuff like that, they indicated that the bypass isn't going to happen. So the concern was that one access point, which we go off of, is getting continually crowded. And so what we ended up with when we got our initial approvals from them is they said, you can build the project, but you have to go kind of right in, right out. Okay. Which means that if you're going to go down and you just want to pick up some milk or whatever the case may be, you got to take a left and come around and come back down Keawe Street and take a right into the project. But the issue there is they did not make, because it was a resource constraint issue for us, and they did not make it a condition to approval, but a best effort for approval. So we need to give our best effort to get this thing underway if we can. And there's several hurdles we have to go over to do that, right? So we took that on, and I just want to say this in advance. And I think people that know me, I think Stan can attest to this, is that when I say I'm going to give my best effort, I'm going to give it my best effort, because that's what we'd said we'd do. And it's hard, and it's taken a lot of time to get that kind of thing pushed through. And I'm going to demonstrate later, it's really no additional benefit for me, other than the fact that it's really the benefit. Well, it's indirectly beneficial because it's a benefit to the tenants, the people that live there, and for future development, because one of the biggest constraints in that area is the backbone infrastructure, right? So to be able to do all this with all the all the incredible rising costs, and again the interest rate. So I wanted to remind everybody. So we have the full approval, but with a best effort clause. And what that best effort clause allows, if it's somehow tagged to the project, because somebody mentioned how can you get tax credits on that? Well, generally, if it's tagged specifically to the project, and like in a DDA or in a resolution or something, you actually can get tax credits for that. It's very simple, very synonymous. If you pay an impact fee, you get, even though those are for off-sites, you still get credits for those. So it's not uncommon for you to be able to get credits for that kind of stuff. So the structure that we used, both the RFP and the development agreement contemplated the possibility that you would be doing off-site infrastructure improvement in the area. And I think the goal, and I'm not sure because I don't have some of the background, is the goal of that was to say we don't want to burden the housing project necessarily with other improvements we're doing in the area that might be beneficial to everyone else, because the other people that could potentially build there aren't there. So we're the first in. And so we're doing some of this infrastructure improvement because it's better for everybody, but there's nobody else to split it with. Okay. So I'm just going to run down this. Hawaii is unlike California. So the way Hawaii works is that Hawaii does not allow you to adjust your tax credits at the end of the project. Okay. So in California, where we do a lot of our development, you can actually do an adjustment at the end. So when I want credit, when I need credits on something and I anticipate these types of improvements, I need to embed them in the project today, because I can't go down the back in and say, oh, by the way, we were successful at the road. Can I get those credits? There's no mechanism at this agency to allow you to do that, like there is in California. So that leads me to next. So the cost of Fleming Road is actually in the numbers, and the offsets are equity and the $2.5 million grant. Okay. So as it stands with the project, with the road in it today, and with that grant, it balances. Okay. If ultimately, and we also meet the 50% test today with the road, with the grant. If you take the grant out, you take the cost of the road out. And we come darn close to balancing under that scenario. And it also improves kind of the 50% test. And then, so basically on either way, you can improve that. You can improve your conditions as 50% test. So the project actually works kind of either way, right? If the grant is not available, if the funding is not available to us, there will be no road. As a developer, I should be somewhat indifferent, because there's no real, I mean, in terms of an economic benefit, right? If I just look at the economic benefit, right? Because it takes me a lot more effort to get that road in. It's, like I said, it's hard to get things entitled here. Having said that, I'm going to be out there. That's my community now. And I've got 200 people that I have to have the best execution for them. So they depend upon us to help them get the right access points by us looking down the road. So from that perspective, our preference is to do the road if we can get it done. So if the agency says and doesn't make that available to us, then we've met our obligation to the county, because we simply tell them our best effort was exercised and we don't have the resources. Okay, so that's kind of where we're at kind of today on that piece. So if anybody has any additional questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I'm still kind of unclear. I don't know if someone can provide more information on the grant, the $2.5 million. I'm just not understanding.
One more time, I'm sorry.
The $2.5 million, the grant.
Yes.
Can you just provide more information on that? I'm not sure.
I can provide maybe a little more. I mean, the grant, the way we structured the grant is that we wanted to do it a couple of different ways. Like we could have said, hey, ideally, roll it into the best case. One of the easiest strategies for us would have been to kind of roll it into the rental housing revolving funds, but then that has a process associated with it, right? One of the biggest single risks we have right now is, and I know we've been pushing everybody pretty hard, but because the market is in such disarray, and I really I see a lot of things not going in our direction, at least in the near term. I want to close immediately, as quickly as possible, and then start locking things down, locking interest rates in, and get all that done. So I couldn't come in for a round to kind of plug the gap, like do any kind of trade-off. So that wasn't available to us. To loan directly into the project, like from a DERF perspective, wasn't available either, because both the RFP and the DDA didn't have that concept of loan in it. It had kind of a grant concept, right? So we ended up going through. So through process of elimination, we were trying to figure out a path we could take. The path we took was to loan it into the partnership, into a Kaikahana, because that's a structure that's we often see kind of in the marketplace. This is not unusual kind of this project. It's done a lot with, and we've done it on other deals, even in Hawaii, where agencies want to grant the money. And we say, oddly enough, you can't because it's not tax credit eligible. So oftentimes they loan it, through the nonprofit. So like I said, when we did that, we weren't cutting new ground. Now, what we did on this particular deal is we backloaded the $2.5 million to the so essentially it carries a 3% rate, but it's backloaded behind the rental housing revolving fund. So the rental housing revolving fund goes out 55 years. So essentially no payments are required on that loan for the 55, 56 years. So it happens after all that kind of goes away. And then I think we put a 10%, 10% rate of the capital on it. So what happens in that structure is that the structure is such that it's really, because there's no other parties left at the table, the money is essentially, let me try to explain this real quick. So say at the end of the day, after you pay all your fees and everything like that, and you go out 55 years and there was, $200,000 that and it was kind of soft, and then paid off all the fees. So there was $100,000 left. If we didn't have the grant, the 100,000 would come to us. If we have the grant, essentially the 100,000 comes to us. So what's happening is we're basically just using our own cash to pay ourselves, if that makes sense to the group. So it's the same cash, but it doesn't. So we put it in a format that it doesn't take cash from any other sources. It just kind of rotates, to and from us. So whether we have it or we don't, our cash doesn't change. Does that make sense? There's no additional benefit for that loan. Did you hear any other questions? And I don't want to put this on the team here, but I just want to remind everybody, before anything gets paid off, I'll be between 115 years old and 120. So that also is a factor. Yeah, it's way out there.
I'd like to just confirm, Doug, while I have you on the phone, that this is within the purview of the low-income housing tax credit rules, as well as the rules regarding tax-exempt bonds specifically, and that you're not trying to circumvent them. And is that correct?
You're still on mute.
Yeah, sorry about that. The host is muting me. So unless they unmute me, I can't speak. That is correct. This is, like I said, this is nothing new to the tax credit or the bond world. It's been done many, many times.
Okay. So thank you for that. We would appreciate this in writing, and obviously we may have to look at our documents, but in essence, staff does support this increase for the project, and we will be moving forward, and I will make the recommendation that the board approve the increase, approximately $667,000 per year, so that the 10-year period would be $8.29 million.
Okay. Hi, Doug, this is Craig Roy. Okay, we have a new guy, right? It's you. Oh. Some of us know the background. This is HHFDC. The thing is, it's surrounded by another 350 acres of HHFDC, and so they're talking about roads and things. They're like our roads. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why that they're.
Okay, yeah, and I should have premised that. My apologies. Yeah, historically, this is an RFP that the Hawaii Housing Finance Development Corporation, we went out and said, come in and build this land, and in order to do it, we need this extension road, and it's part of it, and it's part of the infrastructure, and that's why there is the dwelling unit revolving fund, and that's why the $2.5 million, although it appears as a grant, it still is in all of the documentation. It's still, there is a promissory note which was executed, and after you're 55, there's 3% being paid on it. So, and it follows the purview, and it falls within LIHTC, all of the low-income housing tax credit, as well as the bond, the rules and regulations.
Doug and his contractor were on site.
Right.
Wanted to build it for us.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Okay,
so
go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say, yeah. So thanks for that, and thanks for allowing me to clarify. And thank you, Greg. So yeah, staff does recommend that we approve the increase and low-income housing tax credits for Kaiolua Kukuia.
All right, if there are no other questions, I'd like to call for the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? None? If there are none, the motion carries. All right. Thank you very much.
Well, Chris is going to follow up with the documentation.
Oh no, but yeah, and everyone's agreed to it. Yeah, so.
All right, so moving to the next agenda item, we're going to move to item C, which is approve resolution number 167, authorize the issuance of Hula May multifamily tax exempt revenue bonds for the Kaiolua Okuya Apartments project located in Lahaina, Maui, TMK number 24-5-021041. Okay, go ahead, Christopher.
Thank you again. Thank you again. This is in a connection with, in conjunction with the Kukuia project. Resolution 167, the awardee does expect the Hula May multifamily bond issuance amount to fund over 50% of the project's anticipated basis for not only land, but also construction costs, and this qualifies the project to receive the 4% low-income housing tax credit. Resolution number 167 authorizes 83.625 million in Hula May multifamily bonds for the purpose of making the mortgage loan to provide the financing for the project. We and staff have determined and prescribed that we recommend approval of this in conjunction with the project, and we recommend that you move forward.
Are there any questions?
there a motion made?
There's no questions. We'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Just in case, was there a motion made? Sorry.
No, did we not have a motion?
Yeah.
Can we have a motion and a second, and then we can vote, please?
Okay. I thought I called for a motion, but can I have a motion?
Second,
Okay.
then I have a comment. Just subject to the documentation that Chris was talking about, and vote aye.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Wanted to
Yeah.
follow up on that.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Second.
Any other questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you very
Thank you
much.
very much. Really appreciate it. All.
All right, let's move on to agenda. We're going to go back to the top. We'll move to agenda item A, which is to approve an extension to resolution number 156, which provides for official intent with respect to the issuance of Hula May family multifamily tax exempt revenue bonds for the West Kapolei Street Senior Veteran Housing Project located in Hilo, Hawaii, TMK number 32-4-057030.
Motion, Sean.
Thanks, Mel. Do I have a second?
All
right, thank you.
Morning, Chair. Good morning, board members. I'm David Oy, Housing Finance Manager for HHFDC. Again, this project is 92 affordable units with preference to elderly veterans or elderly spouses of deceased veterans, serving those in the range of 30% to 80% AMI. Developer is EAH Incorporated. Project was originally awarded in 2021, and on April 11th of 2022, the corporation received a request to extend their deadline. Their financing does remain in place right now. Building permits are in progress. Final completion is targeted for March 2024, with construction commencing September 2022. Staff has reviewed this recommendation and we ask for the board's approval to approve the extension of the HMMF bonds to July 8th, 2023. If there are any questions, the developer is available via Zoom on today's call to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Okay. With no questions, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, thank you. Let's move on to agenda item B, which is to approve an extension to resolution number 157, which provides for official intent with respect to issuance of Hula May multifamily tax exempt revenue bonds for the Archaeological Highlands project located in Aiea, Oahu, TMK number 19-9-078006.
Motion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This project is 140 affordable units, serving those in the range of 30% to 60% AMI. Developer is EAH Incorporated on this project. Project was originally awarded in 2021. Corporation received a request to extend on April 11th, 2022. Financing remains in place for this project as well. Phase 2 site investigation reports required additional evaluations and hazard management plans, which have both been submitted to the Department of Health in April of 2022. They anticipate securing all building permits by April 2023, closing financing and beginning construction of July 2023, and the completion of the first building in December 2024. Staff has reviewed this request, and we ask for the board's recommendation to grant this extension of the issuance of HMMF bonds to July 8th, 2023. If there are any questions, the developer is again on this call via Zoom to answer the questions.
Are there any questions or discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to move on to the next agenda item, item F, which is approval request for consent to Ililani LLC license agreement for the use of Puhulani open space parcel located at 620 Coral Street, Ka'akau Kukui, Kaka'ako Oahu, TMK number 12-1-051-018.
Motion.
Do I have a second? Did we get a second? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. We talked about this item last month. The Fiddlesticks property is a vacant parcel next to this building, Puhulani. It's to be developed as open space under the HCDA plan development permit that was issued in the early 90s. The park still hasn't been constructed. The lessee, an affiliate of Kapolei, which is the entity that purchased our rental housing system portfolio, has the property under long-term ground lease. Under that lease, they are to complete the open space improvements, basically a private park and some parking spots for the tenants here, no later than May of next year, or else there are penalties assessed to the tune of $2,000 a month. And the developer of the adjacent Ililani condominium tower, which is a 201H project, has requested, or actually has reached an agreement with Kapolei to use the Puhulani open space parcel as a construction staging area. That will require HHFDC's consent because that use is not approved or allowable under the ground lease. So we talked last time about the need to reopen or find an alternative pickup drop-off area for the residential tower. That problem has been solved. You'll see an exhibit. In Exhibit B, there's a little illustration and site plan. We had questions about HCDA permitting of this use last time. That has been, or is in the process of being resolved. We talked last time about the fact that HHFDC provided Kapolei with a closing credit to construct the park because that was originally our obligation. The Lease developer has agreed to construct the park for Kapolei, so the closing credit has been a topic of discussion. And lastly, we talked about last time the need for the Kapolei owner, Lease developer, to meet with the residents, explain to them what they propose to do with the site over the next couple of years. And more than one board member had expressed concern that the tenants should get something in return for not getting their park in a timely manner. There is an issue with Shifty that I think is going to delay the park construction significantly, just given Shifty's backlog, let's call it. The owner and the Lease developer, they did hold a town hall meeting here at Kapolei yesterday afternoon. Met with the tenants, explained what was going on. Those are always fun meetings because complaints come out. But that's the status. So I don't have an answer to what may or may not be provided to the tenants as I don't know, a peace offering for the delay in the park and the utilization of that site for construction purposes for the next couple of years. I'm prepared to recommend that we leave the closing credit alone. I'm prepared to justify that, but I haven't heard yet, unfortunately, the concerns expressed by the board yet about, again, doing something for the tenants in return for the board's approval of the change in use. So I know we have the developer, Ken Chang, here today. We have Stanford Carr, representative for Kapolei. Would either of you like to speak with the board? Comment? Sure. Oh, you want to come up here? Just make sure you're heard.
My name is Ken Chang, and we're developing the Lease project. This is the background. It is a 201(c)(3) project with 197 units of affordable for sale units. And it has taken a while for us to get to this point where we are under construction. But it is looking to be going to be a very successful project that HHFDC as our partners essentially can be very proud of. We are at a point where the construction process would be very much expedited with the help of Stanford Carr and Kapolei's offer to allow us to use the Fiddlestick site for much of our logistics. And the request in front of you is a license to use that property. We did have a meeting yesterday, town hall meeting with the residents, and we thought it went quite well. We put on the table the offer to put in the drop-off, which they have now been lacking for the last, I guess, close to 3 years, 2 years. And we will restore that drive-through and drop-off on a temporary basis. And then after our construction is done, that will be then rebuilt into the park. The delay on the construction of the park, given the delays that's happening with the SHPD approval process, is going to be effectively about a year. As the SHPD process looks like it may take another year to get through. And so we are going to be working very hard to try to get our schedule controlled so that we don't delay the park further than that. These were, these were presented yesterday at the town hall meeting, and I think the tenants were very appreciative of having their drop-off restored and being able to use it in the meantime. And we also are setting up a point of contact for them so that they would be able to contact directly with us and our construction team as to any further questions or concerns as the process goes on. As a matter of fact, our construction office, line dredging's office, will be located on the ground floor of Kapolei. So there will be very direct access for any of the residents to speak to us about any of the concerns. We expect probably over time, with that close a communications access, that we will be able to offer the kind of communications that will satisfy the tenants.
Hello, aboard Stanford Carr, general partner for Komahali LLC. I really have nothing more to add than what Mr. Ken Chang has explained to all of you, but I am here available to address any questions any of the board members may have.
Can you speak up? Yeah, I did talk about it.
Sorry. First, what the Ilani plans to do in terms of mitigation of these commercial, Komahali planning to do anything for the tenant?
So for the board's benefit, we have just completed $20 million in renovations of each of the interior of the units as well as common areas. Right now, we're finishing up the elevator modernization that'll take us through August, September to complete. At which time we'll also be instituting a fob system so that our residents will be able to use the fob to access the common area rec center floor on the 5th, as well as the floor that they reside in order to prevent vagrants from sneaking into the building, which has happened in the past. We had also reinstituted the guest parking in the parking structure. Mr. Craig Uriah asked me if we were doing anything else for the tenants. We actually have an entire whole program with a nonprofit we created called Komahali Services that is operated by our executive director, Pam Whitty Oakland. We provide resources and outreach to all of our residents in all 8 of our properties on 3 islands More recently, we had vision screening for the residents, for those who chose to participate. We collaborated with Goodwill to assist them in tax returns. We gave all of the residents an update yesterday that we will be hiring a technician to teach them how to exploit their use of their iPhones and their droids so that they could confidently optimize the use of the technology and have the world at their fingertips. So we're doing a lot to engage these residents, post-COVID. Prior to COVID, we would have Halloween costume contests and cater lunch for them. So Pam Woody Oakland is very actively involved in creating the different programs and engagement. I think Mr. Harai's question to me was more loaded as, what are you going to do for the residents because of the park's not being delivered? Well, the park cannot be built until, one, we get state historic preservations to approve the archaeological inventory survey.
It's more like they're paying for the park.
They are paying for the park. However, they are just getting started on the project.
No, but I mean, so basically you're being relieved. You don't have to pay for the park.
That park is not going to be built for $391,000. It's going to cost more because we got offsite improvements as well. That $391,000.
I'm just saying you might want to think a little bit about it.
Yeah.
I'm not asking you to commit to anything.
Okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you.
I'm just saying that, they're doing it, so you don't have to.
Let me commit to you this. We will exhaust all $391,000 that's set aside for the improvements for that park, including the bird bath, which is very important. Many of the
Mrs.
residents.
Matsuzaka wants that bird bath.
Yeah, he knows.
Okay, well, you work it out with Chris.
Yes, we'll work it out with Chris.
Yeah, so, if I may, Chair, so everything that Stanford said is correct.
Wow.
Yeah, so they're finishing up their renovation. There's a variety of services that they provide to the tenants. That's all correct. Those also were obligations that Komahale has under the deal that we did with them. So today we're talking about altering the deal. And while the $391,000 may not cover the cost of the park, that's what was agreed to in return for, that was agreed to as part of the deal. So we're being asked to change the deal. And what I heard last month from the board was that something should be done for the tenants. We also talked about the $391,000 credit. As Craig mentioned, that's money that could have stayed in the dwelling unit revolving fund. And as far as the Shifty issue, frankly, that was disclosed. We didn't have the letter from Shifty enumerating all of their concerns with the AIS, but it was disclosed that Shifty found the AIS to be deficient. So what Stanford said is true, but we're being asked to change the deal. So that's the twist that I would add.
I have a question. At the town hall yesterday, were there a lot of complaints from the tenants about the delay and not having, the park delay and then even more, another year-long delay because of the or were they pretty pleased with?
I'd say the most of the complaints were about security. And then,
That's with respect to the day of the park. I understand that. And the fact is that we received the archaeological inventory report back from Shifty on March 24th of last, just a couple of months ago. There's 18 pages of deficiencies. So it's our recommendation, and this was done under the purview of HFDC and their consultant, Bill Collins, and the sub-consultant, Scientific Consultant Services. And it's my recommendation going the reputation and SCS's work that we hired a archaeological consultant to read the evidence. It'll be faster than trying to work with address the deficiencies in that report.
Chris, one of the things Chris might want to look at is security.
Well, I don't, we don't want to negotiate this in public, but at this point, again, unless the board has changed its mind based on what you heard today, we're still lacking something to get this to recommend approval. Not sure what else to say.
I'm not saying you shouldn't approve it, I'm just saying.
I will, I had hoped that there was something for us to consider before this meeting. That's why it was put on the agenda. You may interject all you want.
Sure, it's next to the radio.
Oh, yeah.
So, at the April board meeting, and I was away participating by Zoom, there was a lengthy hour, about an hour executive session, which I didn't have the benefit of being able to be in the room to have an understanding of what the issues were. I mean, that's why I stand here before you today to address any questions or discussion of the issues that I was not privy to understand or was of any concern at last month's board meeting. Just offer that.
The main issue was just the effect on the tenants.
Yeah. So the tenants are happy. I mean, they got brand new apartments. They got new cabinets, flooring, paint, plumbing fixtures, light fixtures, and all new common areas, as well as new recreation deck and a community room. And we've developed programs to keep them engaged. They understand now, this park was supposed to have been built 30 years ago as part of a PDP with HCDA. So in fact, there was a period of time where HFDC leased it out to the Fiddlesticks for about $390,000 in lease rent. Well, they occupied them until HCDA verbally gave them a ultimatum to have the building demolished, which started this process where we are today. So we redesigned the park and felt we had a lot to make improvements to what was originally designed, including having 3 on-grade guest parking stalls and 2 handicap stalls so that people, and a porte-cochere drop-off with an ingress and egress so that it would be safe as people were to either visit the residents at Kapolei or were to pick up or drop someone off. So the residents are very elated to see what they will have in the future. They're anxious, of course, but they understand that in the interest of this new community that's being developed next door, which is an HHFDC project, which is an affordable entry-level for sale project called Iulani that Mr. Chang is developing, that we're collaborating with them because the necessity to have this staging area in order to effectively build the project. Without it, it would be much more costlier and it would be a bigger detriment and inconveniences for the surrounding community.
And yesterday at the town meeting, the reception was extremely supportive. When the discussion came up as to what we were building, comparisons were made with huge projects and how they were really against these projects and they were very much for this project. And I even got an applause when I walked out of the room. So the tenants very much support this project and understand the importance of it.
So I'll reiterate everything that has been said is true. I cannot recommend that.
Why not?
has the board changed its mind about the $391,000?
What's that? Work that out. It's not a whole lot.
I'm sure we can work that out.
It's not a whole lot of money.
Just saying. But then
And he's getting a
maybe I
part
have a
for free,
perspective.
perhaps we should thought that.
Yeah. And it's been dragging.
Yeah, to benefit the tenants.
So.
To address the tenants' concerns, how's that?
Can I get a motion to take the board into executive session so that we can discuss, the board can discuss this?
With his attorney.
Motion.
Yes, with his attorney.
Make a
Second, do we
motion.
have a second?
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Esther, can you take us into executive session, please?
Okay. You want me here? I'll do it.
I don't know, it's up to
Because I wasn't here for that last month's executive session, so I think it would be productive if I could at least understand the issues and address them.
let me ask the chair.
Okay, thank you. After consulting with the board's attorneys, the recommendation is that the HHFDC Board of Directors authorize the Executive Director to undertake all tasks necessary to effectuate the purposes of this for action, including but not limited to the negotiation and execution of an amendment to the 620 Coral Street lease, an agreement for the benefit of the Pohulani tenants and in a form satisfactory to HHFDC, which documents the actions to be taken by Komohali or the Ililani developer to partially mitigate the impacts of Ililani's use of the Pohulani open space parcel, and other documentation as may be required, each substantially on the terms described herein, allowing for modifications as may be deemed reasonable in the Executive Director's sole and absolute discretion, and to undertake any actions related to thereto.
Chair, you want to call for the vote or questions?
I don't know how to, I don't know. It's like reading them.
Yeah.
I don't even have it on.
Here. Can you hear me? Okay, good. Okay, I'd like to call for the vote on the for action. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, before the executive session, we did skip item E. So I'd like to go back to item E. Item E is to approve memorandum of understanding with the Department of Hawaiian Homelands for the Village 8 9-acre parcel, and 2, to transfer the title to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands for the Village 8 9-acre parcel located in the villages of Kapolei, Oahu, TMK number 19-1-140159. Do you have a motion?
Motion.
Second? Do you have a second? I think Mel's, that's our second?
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's.
Yeah. Okay. We're good. Okay, thank you, Dean.
Hey, good afternoon, Chair, board members. I'm Dean Benakami, Development Branch Chief. This for action is to authorize HHFDC to enter into an MOU with the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to transfer title to a 9-acre parcel in Kapolei. You might recall that we just had a meeting last month for issuance of an RFP for this parcel. So the same parcel that we met on last
None of the other board members are not there. Yeah.
Because the parcel is adjacent to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands called Pea Homestead, we met with them prior to issuance of the RFP, and at that time, they expressed an interest to acquire the parcel. We had also met with the department in January of this year, and they had asked if it would be possible for the department to purchase completed units built by our developer. We looked at that option and determined that it would not be feasible because DHL does not fit into the definition of an eligible buyer under our administrative rules. So they have now expressed an interest to acquire the parcel, and the MOU attached to the for action sets forth the terms of the transfer. One of the key terms is that the transfer must be executed within 90 days. And this is in recognition to the fact that this is a shovel-ready, developable parcel and that there is a high demand for housing. We recognize that. And the Department of Hawaiian Homelands also proposes to develop homes on the parcel first beneficiaries So we feel that the transfer will accomplish the overall goal of providing affordable homes for Hawaii residents. I note also that staff attended and Executive Director Matsubara attended a meeting last night with the Kapolei Homestead, and there was overwhelming support for the proposal. So the request is that the Board of Directors approve this for action, which would allow HHFDC and the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to enter into an MOU as substantially described in this for action, to authorize the Executive Director to negotiate terms of the MOU and take all action necessary to effectuate the purposes of this for action. And lastly, to transfer title of the Village 8 9-acre parcel to DHHL upon receipt of the agreed upon consideration. And I believe we also have DHHL's Deputy Tyler Gomes and Staff Stewart Matsunaga present also. Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions?
We don't have an appraisal, we will just negotiate a value. We believe that we believe that if we issue an RFP, we could get $1 million per acre from the developer. It's not required to have an appraisal to sell.
It's not bad.
No.
Right, but we're the HHDC is transferring it to DHHL. We researched it. Right, Jean? Comfortable.
This would be a very good time. I believe it's a very good time. Yes.
We do too.
Are there any other questions or comments?
Did Deputy Director Gomes want to make any comments?
Yeah, maybe got on the
Did he want to make comment? Is he able to unmute?
Okay, there we go. Hello, everyone. Members of the board, Tyler Gomes, Deputy Director for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. We'd like to express our appreciation to HHFDC staff for FDC staff for helping us consider this. I think it achieves two goals. One, I think it achieves our shared goal of developing affordable housing. And two, as many of you are probably aware, the department has been the recipient of $600 million this legislative session. Part of that appropriation is it allows us to consider the acquisition of land. So this falls within the parameters of that. Obviously, this would require authorization from the Hawaiian Homes Commission, similar to what you folks are doing now. So it wouldn't be 90 days, I think, from your approval today. It would be 90 days from, I think, execution by both HHFDC as well as our commission. That'll take a little time until governor signs, but Stuart can answer any technical questions if there are any. Otherwise, we appreciate the consideration of the measure.
Thank you very much.
Sorry. Yeah, what is it? That's okay. But yeah, it's not likely that the bill will be effective till after June.
Yeah. We talked to DHHL about the availability of funding, and they assured us that we do have funds available without the appropriation.
Okay, if there's nothing further, call for the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. All right, thank you, Dean.
Chair, I'm gonna have to excuse myself.
Okay. Okay, I believe this is the next item on the agenda, which is item H, is just an update. So thank you very much. Update on the request for proposals for the villages of Kapolei, Kama'aha, Loop parcel project located in Honolulu, Oahu, TMK number 19-1-016058. Do you have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Albert Palmer. I'm a housing development specialist here in the development branch of HHFDC. This is for information, as you said, for update the board on request for proposals for the villages of Kapolei, Kama'aha Loop Parcel RFP. So now I'm going to present the screen. Okay, so this is a vacant parcel of non-ceded land that we own in the villages of Kapolei. It's located right around the middle of the UK, between the elementary school and the community center. Parcel is about 0.673 acres, zoned R5. The respondents to the RFP will have to either follow the R5 zoning or rezone it themselves. And R5 does allow a few commercial uses, including a daycare, which is what the property was previously contemplated to be used for. So in 2012, we had issued an RFP for the property and awarded it to Seagull Schools, Inc. to develop a daycare. However, they were not able to complete the development, and they requested that we cancel the development agreement and the ground lease, which was done last year. That being the case, we are preparing to issue a new RFP for the parcel. We're anticipating that a similar type of use, something which is community oriented and will complement the surrounding community. And we're also looking for financial gain to help HHFDC pay off some of the costs we've incurred at BOK over the years. And like the previous RFP, the new RFP contemplates issuing a ground lease to the developer, not selling the fee interest. An approximate timeline for the RFP is on the right side of this slide. We anticipate issuing it within about a month. And we expect to allow approximately 2 months for responses. And the draft scoring criteria is shown on the left side of the slide. All of this, of course, subject to change. And this time, we'd like to open it up for any questions. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions?
Okay, Sean.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Next up on the agenda is item 5, the report by the executive director.
Good afternoon, board members. Thank you so much. I know the meeting ran long, so I'm going to make this very, very brief. I just want to report that this was a banner year at the legislature for HHFDC and for affordable housing. There's over 300 million coming to HHFDC. 300 million, of course, is for rental housing revolving funds. Half of that will be for the first time carved out for moderate income rentals. So that's going to be a real win for moderate income families. It also infuses 20 million in DERF funds and about 1.5 million in computer upgrades, software, and really badly needed an upgrade console for this boardroom so that we can facilitate hybrid board meetings in the future. So that's pretty much it. I did want to thank our new director, Jake Moore, for making it over, flying over in person. We're so happy to have you join our board. And thank you to this board for their tremendous support, ongoing support for the agency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. If there are no other, are there any other comments or questions? No? Okay, with no other business on the agenda, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Yeah,
Second, do I have a second?
we actually lost quorum, so I don't
Oh.
think the motion is necessary at this point. Oh,
Okay, so can we just adjourn?
Yeah, we did.
Why?
Okay.
All right, with that, thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.